Hi, good afternoon. My name is Caroline Mutoko. I am your KYM for this afternoon. The one thing I will not do for you is get you water, okay? So let me start with the exciting parts. I just want to do housekeeping so when Jack Ma gets here, we get on with it. We will do a selfie at some point. I'm going to give him a little briefing on how to do this. And he will use my phone. That way he doesn't leave, okay? Let me run you through the program. Do you have Wi-Fi, by the way? You don't? Okay. If you open your Wi-Fi, you'll get guest 1. Once you get guest 1, let me give you the password. It's guest 12017. Guest 12017. Yeah? We're good? No guest. I shall ask my alma mater, what's up? However, you know, I'm looking at all you guys and I can tell you're organized, which means you should have your Safaricom 4G, twende kazi. All right? Yes. But I will try and make sure that, you know, you get University of Nairobi Wi-Fi. Our hashtag, you can do anything you want so long as you add Jack Ma in Kenya. From here to New York to Azerbaijan, they need to know. Jack Ma is in Kenya. Okay, so what you're going to do is look for UON Wi-Fi. Did you find that? You found that? Okay. Your username, ecosystem, guest 1. And then your password is guest 12017. Okay, so you get a username, guest 1, guest moja, which is actually how we let people in here. Can I come with my girlfriend? No. Guest 1, and then password is guest 12017. We're good? Okay. Let me tell you how we're going to run this afternoon. You're the luckiest people in the world that you're in here. So it's very important for the cameras that you're not moving around and waving. And please put your phones on silent. I expect you to tweet like that person. Who are you? Phones on silent. Let's do it now. Please, please, please. For everybody else who's not here, we are streaming live. We're streaming live on the Star on YouTube, live on Safaricom, live, I do believe, also on UNCTAD. So tell your friends who are not here, don't do nyee, just say, hey, it's live. We're streaming live, and the reason we have a dedicated and amazing internet connection is thanks once again to Safaricom 4G. When Dr. Kitui and Jack Ma arrive at the University of Nairobi, they'll be met downstairs, okay? There'll be a receiving line, and then they will take their pictures because it's important that it says University of Nairobi, apa, okay? So that's what they'll be doing. After which, the Vice Chancellor will take Jack Ma on a short tour around the campus. How many people went to the University of Nairobi, like I did? Fantastic. So he will go and see the Fountain of Knowledge, Gandhi Wing, then he will come up here. When he finally gets up here, he will take a breather. I'll give him his selfie tutorial, which should take about 3 minutes. Oh, by the way, I will not let him go unless he takes a selfie with the room, okay? And while he's literally catching his breath, we will get on with the major program. We will start with the anthem, the national anthem, just one verse, and then we'll have a prayer. We need to start with a word of prayer, and that will be led by the Reverend Hosea Mitei. Then I'll invite the Vice Chancellor to make his remarks. He's our host, Professor Mbithi. He will then invite the CS for ICT, the Honorable Joe Musheru, my CS, who will then invite the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Dr. Mukisa Kitui, who will then invite Jack to do his lecture. So literally, everybody else gets 3 minutes so that we have a lot more time with Jack. Once Jack is done with his lecture, we will go into question and answer. Now, it's very important that I say this. To the members of the press corps in the room, I will then release you to go and set up in your press room, because you know you're getting your own, you know, party with Jack Ma. You do know that. But also, I didn't want you to eat into the time of the rest of the people here who've got questions to answer. My fellow Kenyans, you will behave yourselves. I will point to you, you will get a microphone. You will not say, I have 2 questions and 1 comment. I will hurt you, okay? You will give us your name and you will go straight to your question. Please. It allows us to get more questions in and it allows us to move along well enough. I'm just warning those of you who do not know my relatives in the room. We like to say, yangu ni kusema machache 30 minutes later. I will find you. I will mute your mic. I'm warning you now, okay? I will take as many questions as we can in the time that we have, but please make it good. And if for any reason the question you're going to ask has already been asked, don't say, I agree, lakini, quickly come on to something else. If you want to address your question to either Joe Musheru or Mukisa or the Vice Chancellor, I'll make sure they're up here for you. I just need to ask control room, you can turn on the AC now. We are eating, it's hot. It's hot. You can turn on the AC. Yes, there we go. Once we're done with Q&A, we will have vote of thanks from the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, and then we're good to go. The one thing I will ask Jack Ma to do is make sure that he grabs this and my phone. Selfie here, selfie here, selfie here, selfie there. Please don't rush the stage. Don't do that. Is there anything else you want to do other than have a selfie with him? I can't make that happen. We're in agreement. We're going to have a great time. I have 2 comments and 1 question. No. Agreed? Agreed? I'm not kidding you. Control room is right over there. I will mute your mic if you do that. I want us to get in as many great questions as possible and make sure that as many people are able, in the time that we have, to have a great time. So I will go and find out where we are. The last message I got is that they're leaving Kempinski. And they should be here in the next 10 minutes. Okay, so take selfies, tell everybody you're here, and I shall be back right after I give Mr. Jack Ma his selfie tutorial. All right, thank you.
levels. Testing 1, 2. Song 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hi everyone. How are you? Come on, let me get some energy in the house. Hi everyone. Come on, wave back, wave back. Come on, wave back. You know, this is our event. How many students are in the house? Can all the students please say, oh yeah? Now, please, I beg for your indulgence. All protocol observed. I see we have our cabinet secretary in the house and many other dignitaries and various deans and dons. We're happy to mention that we are live also on sound 1, 2. Check 1, 2. We're happy to mention that we're also live on NTV. So big up to NTV, please. I know our crew is on standby. Just to mention, there's a camera. Can all my colleagues please just raise your hands? Please raise your hands up. Just raise your hands. Just to make sure, there's Opio right on the right here. I see another camera here and many others, of course, on live stream. Kindly consider yourselves that you're in studio. Okay. When you're asking your question and you're on this side, please try and even face the camera and just angle yourself. I know you'll be directing your questions to the front, but try and also face the camera that will be following you from that end, okay? The people who are on this side, there's a camera right in the middle on this other side. And if you're on this side, Japicho gonna get you on this other side, and of course Fidel. So we're gonna be live on NTV as soon as we get started on stage. I'm just going to Carol, she's right at the back. So as she said again, your phones, hello, good people, Twitteratis, the Facebook guys, please, your phones, okay? Please just make sure they're either on silent or you can actually maintain them. And please, because what will happen is that we do not want anything to leak to studio on that front. What else? Yes, gum people, guys who are chewing, hello. Let me see the guys who are chewing. Please, if your neighbor is chewing, man, please tell them, guys, man, you're on telly, you're on telly, you're on telly. All the gum people, please. Then the aisles, can you all please free up the aisles? All right. How many are looking forward to an enjoyable event? Come on, guys, yeah, right? How many are looking forward to it? Can I hear an oh yeah? Great. We asked Carol about the hashtag, but I'm told it's Jackma. That's what we are going with. And don't forget to follow at NTV Kenya. Of course, not forgetting this event has been brought to you courtesy of Ankted and Radio Africa. So thank you very much. My name is Laban Cliff-Onserio. I'll just begin the broadcast from here. As soon as you see me standing here, you will know that we're ready to go, and then I'll hand it over to Carol. So come on, guys. Give a round of applause to the NTV crew. I know they're working too hard right behind the scenes. All right, enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Sound. All right. It's 10 to 4. I'm told we're going live in 6 minutes, so I'm kindly asking that if you're the aisles, if you're moving, please move now. I think the only ones now we're allowed to move are the guests who are coming in from this door on my right. Okay? Levels testing 1 2. Check 1 2. Sound. Levels testing 1 2.
Jehova, jina lako na litukuza na kupenda kwa roho yangu yote, nitakutumikia maishani mwangu Jehova, na kuabudu na kuimbia wimbo, maana wewe ni wangu, sina mwingine kama wewe Jehova. Mnyunyizi wangu, magoti yangu nisujudu, nitakusanya sadaka zangu ziwe manukato kwa Yesu.
Testing, check on. Sound. So, check. 1, 2. Yes. All right, we can hear you. Yep. Hello there, and you're catching us live for Stereo, coming to you live from the Nairobi, where we're gonna excitement right here. Can I give a round of applause? That's from the University of Nairobi students, especially also with our guests. Students, let's all appreciate our guests also who are joining us today. So definitely, this is an event that I'm sure many of us are looking forward to. Those of us who are at home, who are following these events on social media. Yes, Jack Ma is in town, and of course, being a special advisor to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. He's had such a busy diary earlier today, of course, visiting students at NILAB, and also now had a deliberation, of course, a business-to-business meeting with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Of course, that was a closed-door meeting right at Villa Rosa Kempinski. And of course, now the students get to interact with him on a one-on-one lecture. And don't be fooled, this is not the entire crowd that is here. We have a host of other students who, shall I say, maybe were a bit late, maybe getting their tickets, and they're following the events live also at the grounds right now. So we're also following up with you, students out there. So you can still clap even if you cannot be able to receive back. Let's appreciate them, guys. And I think it's amazing. Of course, with NTV being partners in this event, of course, not to mention, also to mention Radio Africa and ANCTAD and the University of Nairobi, we'll be looking forward to looking at how can Africa, and not only Africa also, but looking at Kenya, just kind of be on the same page, and also like how can we also develop the e-commerce platform. Of course, you know, Jack Ma comes in from Alibaba, being the founder and the chairman. A lot of interest has been drawn, especially from the young people, looking at entrepreneurs in the building. We ran a story for you on NTV, of course, this when we had a discussion with the Dr. Mukisa Kitui, who was the Secretary General of ANCTAD, and just the challenge was, how do we develop our entrepreneurs to also make sure that we're not really net importers, but also looking at net exporters also, and of course, unlocking the potential of commerce, unlocking the potentials of ICT. Now, you remember Jack Ma actually has made a quick stopover to Nairobi. He's on his way to Rwanda for the Youth Connect conference. So, of course, our colleagues who are following these events right from Rwanda, we're growing jealous of you, because you'll have him for the next day. Of course, the entire day he'll be at the Kigali Convention Center, speaking to a few youth out there, just looking at how do they develop the potential of the youth in the trading with the world. Now, you notice this, Kenya and Rwanda also going into elections, but of course, President Uhuru Kenyatta has managed to accommodate Jack Ma in his diary. They had discussions earlier today in the morning. President Paul Kagame will be expecting him tomorrow, of course, for also an engagement with Jack Ma, with a host of other billionaires from China. So thank you so much for tuning in to NTV. I'll be speaking to a few guests who are here. Allow me to just walk a bit more and just give you a feel of how this event will be covered. Now, we'll be having deliberations. Of course, we'll have a keynote address from the Cabinet Secretary of ICT, Mr. Joe Mushero, is showing me in the house. We're also having Dr. Mukisa Kitui speaking to us, and then of course, the keynote address from Jack Ma. Later on, we're going to have an open discussion, a plenary discussion with the students. We hope that you students will be able to engage Jack Ma, right? Okay, just as he arrives. And of course, later on, now we'll have a press briefing, on a one-on-one press briefing with him. So I must say it's a great day to look forward to, and just to get anticipations from the students. I'm going to walk over to Eddie Nishu, who's right at the front. He's the head of product innovation right at KCB Group. And also I need a student just now. Let me see a student from the University of Nairobi. Just come down. We want to engage and just get what are some of the anticipations and what are some of the aspirations. We're talking about youth. We're talking about e-commerce, you know. So, but of course, our chief guest will be targeting his deliberations, especially to the youth. So, I'm going to open it up to the youth just after my interactions with Eddie Ndishu. Eddie Ndishu, most of you would know, is head of innovations at KCB Group. Eddie, if you could just kindly walk over and just get but a feel, because you are in the innovation space, and I know at this point in time, everyone is looking towards how do we, as Kenya, of course, go up to that scale, you know?
Thanks. I think first, it's a very big indication for Jack Ma to visit Kenya. You know, this is the largest entrepreneur in the world, having come from such deep adversity to become the billionaire that he is. And he's created quite a lot of opportunities, not just for himself, all the people he's employed, and you know, got us into the platform thinking. I think for us at KCB, you know, we have a very aggressive program to get 1 million youth jobs in the next 3 years, the Tujiajiri program. I think it's to look and learn from Jack Ma. How can we use new technologies like the internet to help our youth be able to access jobs?
Maybe you can address the youth and think right now, of course, it's one thing to receive a lecture, but what is your challenge, especially in corporates? Because guys, the idea has been jobs, right? But how do we influence you to be job creators instead of job seekers?
That's a good question. You know, 83% of this market is informal, you know, and 64% of Kenya is the youth, people below 30 years of age. There isn't enough jobs for everyone. So people have to find entrepreneurship and create opportunities for themselves. I think, you know, lessons on how to use technology to do that. I think, you know, the business Jack Ma has run in terms of using the internet to be able to connect buyers and sellers, and then moving into building a platform that just aggregates billions of customers. I think one of the questions for me to ask is, you know, given his scale, he had 1 billion users in China. We are not 1 billion here in Kenya, but maybe encourage our youth that not to think about just Kenya, but maybe the 250 million across East Africa, or maybe the 1 billion across Africa for any solution.
Lastly, Rwanda is giving us a run for money. Of course, look at as matters ICT. How can we as Kenyans scale up?
No, I don't think they're giving us a run for their money, for our money. But I think one thing also to also be able to ask Jack Ma is, how do we export those skills from China, those technical skills from China, into Kenya? And you know, China is investing heavily in Africa, not just in Kenya, and they're transferring technology as well. So over and above transferring technology and equipment to Kenya, can they also transfer those skills to our youth?
Eddie Ndishu, head of innovation strategy at KCB Group. Let's appreciate him, please. Just to get a better feel. Of course, that is from the employers and from a very strategic view. But let's look at an innovator. Let's talk to somebody who's actually right here at the University of Nairobi. I actually put out the opportunity out there. Let me have a student walk up right to the front. We're going to have a quick interaction, of course, with the students. This is an event meant to them. Of course, we are here courtesy of them. So I'm going to look around in the group. I'm going to open it up to a student in the house to walk right to the front. I'm just going to pose a few questions, especially if you're an entrepreneur, and I'll be able to ask you that. Let's give him a round of applause, please, as he walks up to the stage. First, you're going to introduce yourself. Tell us why you're here, and what are you looking to benefit from Jack Ma's lecture?
My name is Mogusu Momanyi, doing BCom Marketing at the School of Business, University of Nairobi. The reason why I'm here is the SMEs in Kenya right now, all of us are firefighting. And then business environment is not good at all. And all of us are looking at what are the tips, what can we learn from Jack Ma? You know, what are these 5 things what are the pillars that can make business move forward? Is it the capital? Is it the equity? Is it the professionalism in the business? You know, what is it that he does that we need to do?
And of course, you're lucky actually, you made it through. Most of your colleagues are sitting outside. But I just want to look at, from what you'd actually look towards mentoring others and just sharing with others, what are you hoping to pick up, and of course, what are you hoping to kind of give to others who did not manage to make it here?
Actually, mentorship is very fantastic because you learn experience from what you don't have. So it is information that we are receiving firsthand from someone who has beaten all odds to make it. So it's going to be fantastic. We're going to open our ears very wide, open our eyes to listen to, and pick everything into details. The details are very important, and in business, we don't take details. And what I'll take to my young entrepreneurs, it's a fight for ourselves. We can't wait for someone to take our arms up and lead us the way. If we start it, someone will notice it and will pick you up and show you the way.
So we have the government here, we have the private sector, we have sponsors, we have financiers. Use this chance. What is your cause to them? What is that thing that is barring students from breaking the glass ceiling?
I think I don't want to be against my young people. We have an issue, the millennial question, and it is really hurting us. We have apathy for information and knowledge. We don't invest in good knowledge, self-development, knowledge and information. We lazy like bicycles, most of us. We are not looking into the big picture. It's never that today I'll start off and I'll make the first paycheck. It never happens. I've tried it, I've lost, I'm still trying it, and hope the doors will open.
Thank you very much for spending time with us. Thank you. Let's appreciate him, please, as he takes his seat. Most of you will remember him because he served in government and he served in the ICT ministry. And when you mention Bitang and Demo, everyone will just tell you, yes, it is still modern technology. But be sure that right now he's actually passing on that same information to students right here at the University of Nairobi. I want to call down now Professor Bitang and Demo to just come down. Professor Bitang and Demo, just come up. Let's give a round of applause, please, to our lecturer as he comes up down on stage. I've had him speak because he traveled and there was a conference he attended. And one thing that stood out for him is, what are the future of jobs? We keep on talking about entrepreneurship. We keep on talking about employability. But hey, there's this thing called ICT that is taking on our jobs. Talk about matters artificial intelligence. I want you to start from right there.
Okay. So what do you want me to say?
I want you to talk about the future of jobs, sir, because you mentioned about that during the Bloomberg graduation. So I want you to just expound a bit further and also touching that with ICT.
I'm worried you interviewed a Kisi and another Kisi, diversification. Okay. What is happening globally is that jobs are changing. I mean, you're seeing our banks laying off, replacing human beings with artificial intelligence. Universities must prepare to teach young people for future jobs, which are not there. For example, a few years ago, you couldn't tell someone that I'm a blogger, but today people say I'm a web developer, I'm a blogger. These are new jobs that are coming. There are three technologies that are causing havoc: big data, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. We are using them here, but most people don't know that we are actually utilizing those technologies. If you look at M-Copper, for example, they use IoT in whatever they're doing. But most people don't know. But we still, in college, haven't begun to teach people the big data analytics. You should move, Buena. Yes. You move it this way. This way. Yes. Now I am okay. Yes. We must begin to train people about future jobs. We deliberated on this issue in Berlin 2 weeks ago, and the conclusion was that nobody actually knows what those future jobs would be. The best is to encourage people to something we call lifelong learning. Even if you finish the degree now, you can do another, or when the jobs change, you can change. Most of these youth would change jobs like 10 times in their lifetime, meaning that the job they begin to do is not the one they will do a few years down the road, because things would have changed. We also looked at the future of work, which another conference that we had. This is also very important for universities to begin to revise their syllabuses and to begin to teach young people from early stage. For example, when we were in Canada, the Prime Minister of Canada said, from next year, every kid in high school will learn coding, because coding is going to be very key. Jack Ma is coming to talk about e-commerce. Most people don't know what is happening with that. Everybody must know code because it's going to enable them to either get businesses or be able to compete effectively. Already, what the disruptions you are seeing, especially in the retail, for example, Twiga Foods has disrupted kiosks, but people don't understand yet until you find that even the supermarkets have been disrupted completely is when you begin to change. I think change begins now. We know what's happening. The discourse around the future of job, the discourse around the future of learning, we must internalize those and begin to work around it.
The wise man has spoken. A round of applause, please, to Mr. Tangendemu, who's also a lecturer right here at the University of Nairobi. In case you're joining us from home, this is a live broadcast coming to you from the University of Nairobi. Of course, in just a few minutes, we'll be expecting Jack Ma, who's going to be escorted with a host of other Chinese billionaires, and also be expecting the Acting Secretary General, Dr. Mukisa Kitui. Right now, we're just getting a few of the sentiments and a few of the deliberations from the private sector, from the academia. And of course, I think the highlight of this all is just the youth, and we're just talking about the youth. So I'm going to just walk up to where they are and just maybe engage them a bit further. But before that, oh, you want to speak, right? All right, let's introduce yourself. Tell us what you do, and yes, give us a youthful voice.
Hello, how are you? Are you fine, really? Okay, my name is Yvonne Owade Kuya. I'm from the University of Nairobi, a journalist student. And that's what I do, but in my mind, I have a business mind. So I'm a journalist as well as a businesswoman, but I've not yet started.
Let's also address our guests at home. Let's give a round of applause.
So I'm just waiting for the tips here, and then I think I'll start something. What's
something are you going to start? Like something in e-commerce, something in IT, what exactly?
Okay, first thing, as a journalist, the first thing you're told when you enter the class is that in years to come, there will be no camera women, cameramen, because the cameras will be rolling by themselves. And I think that is the work of the IT person who makes them all like that. So when we get these tips, we don't have to be only journalists as journalists going out and getting the information, also the IT part of it. So if I can't be a camera woman, that means I have to operate the cameras so that someone else cannot come and take my job, because that is my job and people are going to take it if I don't do it. Yeah. And also another thing, in the world that we are going on today, you don't have to get a degree, or you have to get a degree, but but you don't have to, most of the time you don't have to use that degree to be successful. There are other means. You can get your degree as a journalist. I'm speaking of journalism because I'm a journalist student. You can get a degree as a journalist, but you can use YouTube, you can use Facebook, you can use all this online platform to do your other business, which may give you might become rich, not because you're a journalist, because you are a business person who's using IT. So for me, what I'm expecting is other tips. We already have them. We have Safaricom bundles for G. So if you have them,
free Wi-Fi
at school. So if you have them, that means you have to do something about it. So that's what I'm expecting.
Thank you very much. And of course, we hope you'll consider NTV even as a journalist when you hope to look at employment. So I want to speak to other, of course, guests who are in the house and also just get a feel from them. There's one of our guests who came all the way, I believe, from China. And I just want to get his feel because you said you have a question. So please just stand up. And yeah, sure. Just come up. We're going to speak to our guest. Ni hao.
So I'm Stone Shaw and the founder of G-Stone. G-Stone is one of the sponsors of BTG. To be honest, I'm very, very surprised. Jacob Ma has so many fans in Africa. 10 years ago, You know, Jacob Ma had a speech in Peking University when I do MBA in Peking University, okay? I'm afraid no many audience attended the speech. And the organizer asked us to go to other school to post. Okay, tell other people, Jacob Ma is coming, please come here to listen to Jacob Ma's speech. But today, here, I mean, even me, I'm the sponsor. It's very difficult for me to get the ticket. So Jacob Ma, okay, is very popular in China, but I've never think about it. Jacob Ma is so popular, has so many fans in Africa, in Kenya. Make me surprised.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. That's just been a feel of everyone who's here. Yes, indeed, this is big. This is a big deal. So if you're following online, if you're following on television, thank you very much. Again, let's all appreciate every one of us who's tuned in for this. My name is Laban Clifford Serio. We're still coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. We're going to take a short break right now. When we come back, of course, we're going to speak to more participants just to get a feel of them, and also ensuring that we can make sure that we can just follow the proceedings as we go on. So I'm going to hand over now to Carol Motoko, who's going to take over the program from here. Guys, sorry, that was TV, so now we are real. So thank you so much for being an amazing audience. Guys, you're not asking questions. Where are you, man? There are people right at the back. I want you, when I say guys, come up to the front. I can't see anyone here. You have a question? I'm going to come to you, okay? I got that question there. Let me have the students, guys. This is your day. Okay, so don't let Jack Ma just come into Kenya and then you just run away. All right, any other question from the back? I see your guest coming in now. All right, if you're just joining us right now on NTV, my name is Laban Clifford Serio. We are receiving our guests today. We're having Jack Ma together with a host of other colleagues and billionaires from China. I'm advised that we're going to be having a session for question and answer, which is basically an interactive session with the guests right here. But of course, we want to also speak to the students, and as soon as I get my cue to stop, I'm going to do that and hand over the program to the host, that's Caroline from Radio Africa Group, to take over. So I was basically just interacting with a few students, and we had a question. I know there's one that was coming up right from the back. Any student who's just joining us from the back? Come down. Let's give him a round of applause, please, as he comes up. We're having... Introduce yourself and just share with us, what are your expectations and what are you looking at that camera, of course, to our viewers at home.
Yes, my name is Harun Mamboleo. I'm a civil engineering student. I'm interested in e-commerce. It has brought the world from far away. That one we understand. But so far we are selling things on e-commerce that are tangible. But we need to move to providing services in e-commerce. For example, you want to open a school. that is online. Uh, I have started a school myself. I've started an engineering school. Yes, yes.
Where is your school? Just a bit more detail on that as you face the camera, of course.
Yeah, the school is at its initial stages. Yes. Yeah, I'm an engineer, so I'd like to provide knowledge on engineering software.
Allow me to cut you short. We're going to come back to you just now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. This is just to hand you over to the main program. Let's give him a round of applause. He started a school. These are the entrepreneurs we're talking about, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us from home, this is, of course, a live coverage courtesy of NTV. My name is Laban Clifford Serio, with a host of other live streamers who are here online on social media, on television. We are just getting started, and I now want to hand over the program to Madam Caroline Motoko, who's going to be the host for our day today. Let's give a round of applause, please, to Madam Carol, please, as she takes over the program. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, and if you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Caroline Mutoko. I'm your moderator, not necessarily your host for this afternoon. Jack Ma and his entourage have already arrived, getting a drink of water, and on the way. I just want to check once again, does everybody have Wi-Fi? Are we happy? Don't have Wi-Fi? Don't know where it is? Oh, okay, that's all right. I've done this once, I can do it again, purely for you. Look for your N Wi-Fi, okay? You'll need a username. You are guest 1, all right? Your password is guest 12017, all right? Found it? Our hashtag is Jack Ma in Kenya. He's in good spirits, by the way. He's in awesome spirits. So once he comes in, we'll kick off with the national anthem. I will expect you all to be upstanding for that. And then we'll have a word of prayer from Reverend Hosea Mitei, and then I will invite our host, the Vice Chancellor. He'll invite the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Joe Musheru, who'll then invite Dr. Mukisa Kitui, our most amazing export to date as Kenyans. No, you know us. We have athletes and coffee and tea, and now we export Secretary Generals. And then Mr. Jack Ma will take over the program, after which we'll go into Q&A, and wow, there's a lot of you here. Okay, so everybody good? Actually, once Mr. Musheru takes over, I'll be the last pretty person you'll see on this stage. We'll keep that between us, okay? So if you'll give me exactly a minute, I'll hide myself over there and we'll get started. Take all the selfies you can now, because as Laban said, if you can try not to move around while everything is going on, it will help him. Oh, can we have our phones on silent? I'd hate anything to ring. I really would. Thank you ever so much, and thank you for coming once again. Oh, Laban told me because he's live on air, I've got to stay here and engage you because that's dead air. And I was a radio presenter one time in my life. Incidentally, did I mention that this is my university? I'm very... No,
University of Nairobi Alumni Group, where are you?
This is my university. Incidentally, first time I was here, back here officially, was about 3 weeks ago. And I remember thinking, It didn't look like this when I was here. It looks good. No, honestly, University of Nairobi alumni who are my age, 92 and above, isn't this awesome? It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I am in awe of this building, which is, by the way, only 6 months old. They moved into it in March. So, Laban, why are you excited about this? You're the only person who hasn't said, Cousin Jack Ma.
Ladies and gentlemen, my job here is I'm a storyteller. We're just 3 weeks shy to the general elections, and I know the sentiments around the investor community is always a wait and see.
Yeah.
But seeing all this contingent of investors who've traveled with Jack Ma, and all the students who are ready to receive this knowledge, and all the students outside there who are jostling to come in, I think this is the future. This is Kenya. This is East Africa. So a round of applause to all you all.
Okay, great. When you see the guys with the cameras running, it means they're coming. Here we go. I'll wait until everybody's seated. Wonderful. Let's begin the right way. Let's be upstanding for the national anthem. Good afternoon once again and welcome, and I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest and speaker today, the Executive Chairman of the Alibaba Group, Mr. Jack Ma. I'd also like to welcome to her own amazing university, the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Ratansi. Our host, who has been with me every step of the way as I went up a couple of flights of stairs, and you know, like you said, I cannot run away. When I graduated from here a couple of years ago, not telling you my age, my vice chancellor then was a Professor Mbithi, and today my vice chancellor is Professor Peter Mbithi. Also with us today is our CS for ICT and my CS, the Honorable Joe Mosheru, and a gentleman I like to call friend, a person who holds the University of Nairobi very close to his heart, a gentleman who calls a Jack Ma friend, and I think our best export. As a country, we export tea, coffee, amazing athletes, and now secretary generals. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mukisa Kitui. Incidentally, Dr. Kitui just got a second term as Secretary General of UNCTAD. Congratulations, sir. I'd like to say a warm welcome to the heads of foreign mission here present, distinguished guests, friends, members of the media corps, alumni of the University of Nairobi. Welcome and good afternoon. I'd like us to start quickly with a word of prayer, and I'm going to ask the Reverend Hosea Mitei to lead us in a quick word of prayer.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, in whose presence we are gathered this afternoon with hearts full of gratitude for the gift of life and an opportunity to participate in today's public lecture. We thank you for the gift of this great university that exists to generate and disseminate knowledge. We pray for your divine blessings upon our university leadership, the entire University of Nairobi community. We pray that this university continues to shine in every good way, regionally and globally. We thank you for bringing the Cabinet Secretary ICT, Honorable John Musheru, the Secretary General, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Dr. Muhisa Kitui, and all the dignitaries and invited guests present. We especially thank you for bringing Jack Ma, the founder and executive chairman of Alibaba Group, to Kenya to give a public lecture on youth and entrepreneurship. As we sit and listen to his presentation, dear Lord, we pray that the wealth of knowledge he will be sharing today will serve to inspire all of us to do our very best in making the world a better place for ourselves and the generations to come. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, allow me to hand over this program now to the university, which means, sadly, it's the last time you're going to see this pretty face. I'm actually the prettiest person you're going to see for a while, okay? I'm going to ask our host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Peter Mbithi, to make his welcome remarks.
Our chief guest, Mr. Ma Yun, popularly called Jack Ma. Our Cabinet Secretary, Joe Musheru, Kisa Kitui from UNCTAD, Secretary General, and we are very proud of you and our chief guest, our Chancellor, all the representatives of foreign missions here present, and the representative of the Kenya Chinese Chamber of Commerce, students and young entrepreneurs, our partners, members of the media, press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to very warmly welcome you, our chief guest, to Kenya and to the University of Nairobi, and to this public lecture that has generated a lot of public interest in Kenya recently. We are indeed very privileged as a university to receive you, our chief guest, and we know that you are a renowned global entrepreneur and innovator who is the founder and executive chairman of Alibaba Group. We recognize you and respect you and congratulate you for your enormous, monumental achievement as a global leader, a global entrepreneur, particularly in e-commerce, philanthropy, and your inspiration to the global society. You give us hope, even here in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of a university is to generate knowledge that impacts positively on society. We do this through research, either singularly or in partnership with industry and private sector. We are proud to have many of private sector and entrepreneurs here this evening. University of Nairobi is the most prestigious university in East and Central Africa. And indeed, we are proud. And we recognize our concentration of talent that now meets with industry and with government. This is indeed, therefore, a historical event. It is also a game changer because of the positive influence that this public lecture will have on the no more than 85,000 young talents that we are nurturing in this university. This university has produced great minds, great individuals, some of whom are sitting beside you, our chief guest, and we are proud of them. Our students continue to exhibit immense potential, and they are very, very enthusiastic to be the next Jack Ma's of the future in this country and beyond. They can only realize such dreams through hard work and by our collective support in the form of mentorship and creating an enabling environment where great ideas are cross-fertilized, incubated, and commercialized. The University of Nairobi has identified and assumed the important role of being a catalyst and facilitator of change through research, innovation, entrepreneurship in Kenya, East and Central Africa region. In 2015, the university initiated the annual forum dubbed Nairobi Innovation Week, where innovators, entrepreneurs, and researchers come together to showcase their inventions and innovations. It has now become a global event where over 200 exhibitors converge to showcase their innovations and also share information on best entrepreneurial skills and business practices. It is against this background that the University of Nairobi has embarked on a journey to create a $6 million Center of Excellence in Innovation, dubbed the Nairobi Innovation Center, that will help create, mentor, and commercialize new ideas coming from innovation and the entrepreneurial pipeline of the Nairobi Innovation Week. I invite you, our chief guest, to associate yourself with the Nairobi Innovation Center to make it a game changer for the next generation of business leaders. As I conclude, our chief guest, your visit to Africa is indeed a significant landmark for African youth. The University of Nairobi is indeed proud to be at the center of this historic moment and is looking forward to establishing a vibrant relationship with the Alibaba Group. We hope that you will come back to the university and to our dear country, and that you will find next time the future billionaires that will be created from your inspiration this evening. We would like, as a university, to recognize the presence of Mr. Stephen Kirogo representing the Office of the President, and we appreciate also our Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade who have facilitated the hosting of this public lecture. We thank the government for supporting the university and UNCTAD, who are our great partner for this event. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Joe Mucheru, to make his remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC, our chief guest, Mr. Jack Ma, Mukisa Kitui, Daktari, the Vice Chancellor, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I've been told to be brief. Carol, where's Carol? First thing she told me is be very brief. That was my intention, to be extremely brief, because today it's Jack's day. It's his first day in Africa and his first time in Kenya. We met earlier this morning with the president, and while we were waiting to meet the president, he told me a few things. They deliver in China 34 million parcels a day. 34 million. That's, I think, the full adult population of our country. They do that in a day. Jack, we are currently going through an election. You may not have seen it. We're just over 2 weeks away from a general election in the country. In many cases, people have been saying we're very tense. Actually, thank you for visiting our country. Thank you for taking time, even during a time when people think that the country is not moving forward. We are moving forward. We've been building a lot of infrastructure so as to make sure e-commerce and many other services can be working in the country. But one other thing you told me is that Alibaba is actually not an e-commerce company. I'm sure you're going to explain a bit more what you meant as to why it's not an e-commerce company. You also talked about why data is really the most important thing in terms of moving forward. These are some of the things I have learned already, just spending a few minutes with you earlier when we were meeting the president, who was extremely grateful and welcomed you to our country. And I thank you. You promised that you'll come back. I hope you can confirm that to everybody here. So let me not take a long time. Daktari, thank you for bringing Jack, making him one of your ambassadors so that he can be able to come and visit Africa. You're going next to Rwanda from here, but remind him that Smart Africa involves the whole of Africa. We're creating a single digital market where we can reach over 1 billion people through any of the countries that are in Africa. And as Kenya, we're building a very significant infrastructure. We have some of the best talent, young people with great ideas, some of whom you've already met. And we hope we can work together in building, a great Africa. Tell us more on what we can actually do to take advantage of the internet as you speak. So let me welcome Dr. Mukisa Kitui to come and actually tell us just a bit more about Jack before he comes and gives his lecture, which is what everybody is waiting for. So asanteni sana. Thank you.
The Chancellor of University of Nairobi, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, members of the University of Nairobi community, my friend and colleague Jack Ma, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to realize this day. When we were planning a trip to Africa with Jack Ma, each of us had a different influence on the timing. He chose the timing that will give an opportunity to his friends who have accompanied him to witness the Great Migration. And I chose the timing, coming so close to an election in Kenya, to use the institution that recruits the largest number of the cleverest boys and girls in this country. To send out a message that a normal society cannot stop working because of a democracy. Over a period of 2-3 years, I've been attending the last week of every January the Davos World Economic Forum for Global Leaders. And one of the most popular speakers in this series has consistently been Jack Ma. Two things were coming through him that I thought I needed to deliver to an African audience. One, the critical importance of resilience, the ability to reject failure. And two, the ability to learn that if you keep your eyes on the rearview mirror, you are either in reverse gear or you are about to have an accident. I was proud when in a discussions which culminated in Jack Ma accepting the offer to become a special global envoy of UNCTAD for youth and small business. He put in conditions that I would have put in myself. One, that will give him an opportunity to use this position. I pay him $1 a year. That's the total salary I pay him as an Assistant Secretary General in UNCTAD. But to use that platform to talk to the potential and possibilities for young persons. And two, to find a way of bringing to the political conversation the critical importance of looking at where the world is going to define the confluence of policy on research, on education, and on enterprise. This, his first trip to Africa, is the highest point of our year in our partnership. On our way here, we had agreed that there is a message that needs to be sent to particularly the university communities. Globally, history has been very kind to universities. It creates the impression that universities nurture innovation. But if you look at the most successful innovators of the past 50 years, you'll find that many of them left universities in order to grow their innovativeness. That the desire to discipline you into small windows of specialization stifles the free spirit that is necessary in certain innovations. And we want to talk to the need that the universities of the 21st century embrace the responsibility of nurturing talent, but not restraining it by the desire to categorize it so that it can nurture the next generation. Now, I'm almost taking over somebody else's public lecture. Just 2-3 things I wanted to mention. This morning, in the presence of the President of Kenya, I made a request to Jack Ma, which had grown in me when I was visiting his headquarters in Hangzhou earlier this year. I was at his premises with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. And the Prime Minister of Malaysia was asking Alibaba that you have built such capacity. Many entrepreneurs would just like to say, can we find a way of making money out of the business of Alibaba? But what we want in Malaysia is assistance for us to build a platform for Malaysian products to reach the world. After the meeting he had with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Jack discussed this a bit with me. And I told myself, I'm not going to ask for that here. In the presence of the President of Kenya this morning, I said, Jack, you are in my home country. Can we make what is necessary to make this the third point at which a local platform is built for outward trade? I'm very excited to have you as a person who has defeated the pessimism of no, to come to my home city, to come to my country with brilliant talent, with innovativeness, with resilience. But they just need that extra encouragement, that the entrepreneurs you have brought from China to appreciate that there are people here we can do business with in a straight way. And to say, those who succumb to failure in the short term are those who are only looking for low-hanging fruits. And there's no society that went ahead because of obsession with low-hanging fruits. We are obsessed with growing the real tree with all the fruits of all seasons. Last year, the world started last year with $25 trillion worth of electronic commerce. 80% of EU commerce is today electronic trade. Kenya is doing very well by African standards. 6% of our trade is electronic commerce. You, the young men and women, are going to live through a time where whatever else you do, if you have no electronic visibility, you are not accessible to the market. I want to encourage my friend Jack Ma to give you a few senses of the direction we have to go, what it takes, what it has taken, and what the future is looking like. But before I invite you, Jack, everywhere you go, this praise of Kenya as the home of M-Pesa. I think what would have been more appropriate is to say a young university student in Kenya is the one who invented M-Pesa. Very many times people get confused, they think it's a product of Vodafone. And the DNA that produced that young student has produced a lot of others. An example of such is a young man in this audience. Richard, can you just come and give a few remarks about your innovation as a statement of what is possible in this society?
students, friends, and everyone who loves lions. Good evening. So my name is Richard Tureri. I am Maasai, which means I keep cows as a way of life. I'm also the youngest patented inventor in Kenya. Did you hear that? Yes, I said I'm the youngest patented inventor in Kenya. A few years ago, I came up with this system of lights called lion lights. So lion lights are basically lights that flash around and trick lions that I'm patrolling around the cowshed when I'm not. I did this through observing. So I did observation and I realized that lions never come around the cowshed when I'm patrolling around with a torch. So I told myself, you know, I can just trick these lions that I'm always there when I'm not. So that's when I came up with lion lights. This has enabled me to give a TED Talk. I did a TED Talk in California. You can check it out online. And has over 6 million views now. Yeah, so I also got a scholarship to attend one of the best schools in Kenya, Brookhouse International School. So I've recently just upgraded my new lion lights, and very soon I am going to start my own business, and I'm going to be like Jack Ma, and I'm going to sell lion lights all across Africa and the rest of the world. By the way, lion lights is also being used all across Africa now, and other countries like Argentina, India being tested on tigers and pumas. So it's been a good story, and I would personally like to thank Jack Ma for your contribution to conservation, especially with elephants and with shark fins. I read a lot about that, and you inspire us a lot, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to invite to speak to us the founding chairman, executive chairman of Alibaba Group, Jack. Jack may look modest to you, but his personal wealth of $42 billion is equivalent to 62% of the total wealth of Kenya. Please welcome Mr. Jack Ma.
This is my first day, and this day inspired me a lot. And I had high expectation before I came to Africa, but even that, the result for a whole day today is better than I expected. And especially when I'm a very lucky person. In the past 18 years, in my apartment, I talked to 18 young people like me, that we want to build up a company using internet to help doing business easier, to using internet to support every small business, support every young people, every woman, that if they have a dream, if they have some ideas, we will enable them to make their dream true and sell their products all over the world. That was year 1999 in my apartment. Well, very few people believe that, but we made it happen in only 18 years. I'm a very, very lucky person. And people say, have you ever learned business before? Have you done business before? Have you learned like MBAs? No, I have never learned any knowledge about how to do business. I never got even 1 day of training of computer. I still even to today, I don't know how computer works. A lot of people challenge me, how can you run such a big e-commerce company without knowing anything about the knowledge, without anything about the financing and marketing? And I say, this is because I know people. I know what people want. I know what people don't want. And this is critical. Where I learned that, I learned my experience of working with people when I was a student in the university. I was not a good student. That's why I really don't like a lot of good students. I'm always like among the 10 or 15, never we got the number 1, number 2 in my class from primary school to university. I failed 3 times for the universities. And finally, I got into the university. I still tell myself I should spend more time. Not try to be the number 1, but try to be the number 1 person that can help and work with people. I was elected as the chairman of the students' union of my university, and later become the students' union, chairman of the students' union of the whole of our city. Our city has over 100,000 students, and I was the chairman of that university, of that union. My job is to work with the people, listen to the students, do what I can do. This, I learned how to work with people, because at that time we don't have any money. All right? The only thing you want to win the respect is by supporting other people. And when I graduated, I learned a lot from my job, my first job. I was trained to be a high school teacher. And because I was supposed to be one of the best students in the school, so I was assigned to teach in university for 6 years. And I know one of the secrets of being a good teacher is always to finish class 5 minutes earlier. No matter how wonderful you teach, if you have 5 more minutes teaching, students don't like you. If you finish earlier, efficient, and teach the students and share with the students how to learn instead of putting all the knowledge in their mind, writing all the things on blackboard, you will never be popular. I was elected as one of the best teachers in the university. But one thing I learned from teachers, later become a CEO, is that a good teacher always expects his students to do better than him. The teacher wants his students be good. I want this student be a banker, that be a mayor, that be a scientist. You don't want your students, this one bankrupted, that one in jail. You always expect your students to be better. This is what I learned when I become an entrepreneur. I always want to hire the good people who are smarter than I am, and always making sure that they are better than I am. They always hope that they're better than expected. And if you want them better, training them, disciplining them, supporting them. So I learned a lot. The thing I learned most is being a teacher. So I call myself CEO's Chief Education Officer of the company. So in my life, I'm telling people my age. I'm 53. In my past years, I'm always a good student. Keep on learning. You don't have to be the best, but you have to know who is better than you are and work with him. And always be a good teacher. A good teacher is share the knowledge and expect the other people better than you are. So these are the qualities that I learned and to be a CEO. So go back to this campus is always what I want. I remember 1994, the day when I decided to leave this college, go to do a business. My president said, why you want to go do something that called internet? There's no internet in China at that time. And why you want to? Because I said, President, I've been elected as the best teachers for university for 3 years. Everything I told my students are the things I learned from books. So if I go and build up something and then go back, I can be a better teacher. This is my original thinking. I never thought I would be rich. I asked my wife when I started my business, I say, do you want your husband to be a rich person or to be a person that be respected? She said, you will never be rich She's right. Because nobody thought, my parents never thought I would be rich. Because I don't have a gene of being rich. So even to today, because it's true, my schoolmates, my classmates, my teachers, my parents, nobody thought I would be rich. This guy been failed for so many times. How can you be rich? I never thought I would be rich. Even to today, people say, Jack, you are one of the richest people in China, in the world. I think this is not my money. I think, to me, it's just to think I'm living in a dream. When you have a 1 million, that's your money. When you have a 20 million, that's the problem. You have to think about the valuation. Where should I put the money? Invest in real estate or buy stocks or invest in VC. Most of them, they were gone. When you have more than $1 billion, that's the money belong to the society. And people in the society trust that you can spend the money better than government. So they give you the money and do better. So I thought I have the responsibility to spend the money better, more efficient. This is what I did. So my wife said, be a person that can be respected, not be a person that be rich. And this is all I want to do. And I'm sharing a lot of ideas with young people. How can you be successful? And how not to fail. And the third, how can be respected. I'm not that person respect. A lot of people in China don't like me because they say I destroy their business. I never destroy anybody's business. Normally people destroy themselves. If you want to be successful, you should have a high EQ. You know, IQ, EQ, and there's another called LQ, the Q of love. If you want to be successful, you must have a high EQ because a person with a high EQ knows how to work with the people, how to understand the people, how to support the people. And if you do not want to fail, normally a lot of people get rich quickly and losing money quickly because they don't have IQ. IQ is intellectual knowledge. You learn. When you have a good knowledge, you know where the knowledge, you will always pursue knowledge to protect your business, protect your people. And when you have high IQ, but the world is very fair. Most people have high EQ, normally have a low IQ. They don't want to learn because they're smart. They're street smart. They don't want to be academic right. But a lot of people, very academic, high IQ, but they have a terrible EQ. We have seen a lot of in the university, any university in the world, right? The top one students normally have high IQ but terrible EQ. But they never feel they got disappointed. But even if you have a high EQ and IQ, you made a lot of money, you made a fortune, or you be successful, become a government person or whatever. But you may not be respected because you don't have a high LQ. The LQ is care for others. Love the others. Respect the future. Respect the young people. So these are 3 Qs that I think we need to have. So when you're a student, spend more time taking care of the other people. Join the activities that helping people. And spend time on learning. I think this is very, very critical. And I would say that people like me, I'm from nobody. My father was pretty poor. My father and mother, the pay when I was young, their pay put together is $6 a month. 6, no more than, the best of time is $8. They have to feed 4 people. My grandfather, no job, me, my brother, and my sister. It was tough. And even if I failed so many times, but one thing I want to tell guys, share with you is that failure does never stop me and trained me. A lot of people failure and then they complain, oh my God, nobody helped me. I don't have this. Why do people don't help me? Why cannot borrow money from the banks? Why I'm not born in a Bill Gates family? People have a lot of stupid complaints. I have these stupid complaints. All the complaints today young people have, I have them. I had them. I complain Bill Gates, I complain Microsoft, Oracle, all these companies taking all of our jobs because we don't have chance. And later I found complaint does not work. I learned from mistake why people should help you. Who are you? Why people should help you? Nobody help you, that is very common. People help you, that is uncommon. Those people give you the help. Think about, this is the trust. This is how you did well in your EQ. Because you care for people. Because you have something good, then people start to help you. I was rejected for so many times, as I said this morning. Over 30 jobs applied for, rejected. I applied for a KFC. 24 people, classmates went there together. 23 accepted. I was rejected. 5 people went for police, for a job in police. 4 people accepted. I was failed. And my cousin and I waited for a 2 hours long queue to be the waiter of the 4-star hotel in my city. In a very, very hot day. My cousin's score was much lower than mine. He was accepted, and I was rejected. So, is it fun? No, not fun at all. It's very painful. But I get used to it. Everybody, remember, you have to get used to failure. If you cannot get used to failure, just like a boxing, if you cannot get used to be hit, how can you win? So I get used to that. And today, I'm sharing experience with a lot of entrepreneurs. I've got a Hupan University training entrepreneurs. The thing we teach the entrepreneurs are different from Harvard MBA. The MBA teach everybody successful stories. When you read too many successful stories, people got it crazy. They think I can be successful. When you share a lot of failure stories, you learn. So when I start Alibaba, I give failure stories, cases to every of my colleagues. Let them read it. Let them, we discuss. No matter how smart you are in your business, in your way, you will make the same mistake again and again. The way we share the failure story, not want you to avoid mistakes, is teach you how to face the mistakes when you're in trouble. So as young people, in our life, there is always opportunity. There is always chance. There is always a failure. The thing is how you survive from failures. When you're rejected, how you survive from that. This is how I learned. Even to today, people say, Jack, you are probably one of the most influential people. Anything you want to do, you can do it. No. A lot of things I cannot do. A lot of things. I failed. And I worry much more than I was 1995, or worry much more when I 1999 when I built up my company. Because at that time, I only take care for 18 people. Today, we have, in our company, 56,000 people. And today, in our company, when we start to do business, I tell you this, the interesting story. People say, how can I do e-commerce? Because 1999, year 2001, nobody believed that they can buy and sell things online. Nobody trusted. You don't have money, you don't have a credit rating system, you don't have a payment, you don't have logistics, you don't have internet. The internet speed was so slow. But look at Kenya, when I arrived yesterday, the speed, oh my God, I have never seen such a luxury speed. Much better than America. But I bet a lot of people still complain the speed. Right? Because those people love to complain, they complain all their lives. The speed was bad, nothing. The government is not ready, and sometimes, not sometimes, most of the times, if the government did not know what's going on, it's the opportunity. If your people around you does not agree with you, that's the opportunity. If everybody love it, if everybody want to do it, there's no opportunity for you because the other people are smarter than you are. So I would say nobody trust internet. And I told 18 founders, I say, I believe internet will be the future. I believe China will have e-commerce. Because they say, then there is no payment. We say, let's build the payment. And they say, there's no logistic. Let's build the logistic. And there's no government support. Let's say, it's good. They will support us someday. When we launched the Tmall Taobao, year 2003, very interesting. I have 7 people. I say, guys, tomorrow we're going to launch the Taobao, but we don't have anything to sell. Can you go back home and search for something so we can list it on our site with the people to come to buy? Everybody came back. 7 people, we gathered 21 products. We listed on the website. We waited for 72 hours, nobody come to buy. So we buy among ourselves. Testing the products. And then several weeks later, somebody come to sell. Because nobody want to buy, people come to sell, list something. We buy all the things. For the first 2 weeks, we bought, 2 months, we bought all the garbage. Full of because we want to making sure something that you can buy and sell. From that day to last year, we sold 550 billion US dollars. That is ranking 21 countries GDP-wise in the world. We are a little bit bigger than Argentina. We created more than 33 million jobs for China. By the way, Minister, we have delivered over 65 million packages per day. 65 million packages per day all over China and the world. This thing, nobody believed it. We did not believe. I thought internet would be big, but I never thought it would be that big. But say, guys, it was big compared to yesterday, but compared to tomorrow, future, it is tiny. I believe 80% to 90% of the business in the future will be online. Today we call people entrepreneurs. Many years later, we call netrepreneurs because everybody has to be online, called the net entrepreneurs. Today you can only sell in Nairobi. You're a good, successful person here, but in the future, if you cannot sell your products all over Africa, if you cannot sell things across the countries, you're not a business people. The world is changing very fast. And I'm not scaling you guys. I worry about the new technology. This is the 3rd technology revolution that a human being face. The first technology revolution takes about 50 years. Second, 50 years. This is 50 years. We're going to have another 30 years, which is very important. The first technology revolution caused World War I. Second technology revolution caused World War II. And this is the 3rd technology revolution. The first technology revolution reduced the human energy. So we know human are not as strong as machine. The second technology revolution released the distance, speed of human beings. So we know we can never run faster than plane and trains. This technology revolution released the human brains. So don't be scared. Machine will be smarter than we are. And imagine, past 20 years, we make people like a machine. In the future, we'll make machine like a people. And data, internet, artificial intelligence, machine intelligence, all the things coming up, The world is facing big challenges. A lot of jobs that we think 5 years later it will be great jobs, or it's going to disappear. And this is the challenge to the world. But this is also the opportunity of the world. I think change is the best opportunity. People complaining is the best opportunity. A company, if you want to be successful, is not how much you are. We got how much money you have. Because we see so many companies have so much money, they are not necessarily can survive. It's what problem you can solve for the world. One of the things I want to share with you that my specialty of as a CEO of the company, I always think about the future. I think about what the world will look like, what China will look like, what my neighbors will look like, what's the problem they will have in 5 or 10 years. If this is the problem is going to happen to China, if this is the problem is going to happen to my customers, if this is a problem to my neighbors, if I can fix that, if I can start to prepare now, 5 years later, I will be a successful person. Think about the future. Do not think about, if I do this, I'm going to be very successful. No, if I do this, I can solve a lot of problems at that time. That is the value that we bring. The world is challenging. And a lot of people complain, where's the opportunity? Opportunity always exists in the place where people complain. When people complain, think about, how can I solve it? If I can solve it, I have the chance. And where's the opportunity? When change comes, that's the opportunity. If there's no change, big business, rich people, powerful people, always there. Think about how internet can solve Kenya problem, how internet can solve the African problems. Without the internet, I don't think any small business, any young people in Africa, you have a few opportunities to sell your things across the other country. Only big companies have. So I think this is the greatest opportunity we have. And I think, as I said, people hate globalization. People don't like global trade. I like globalization. I'm a strong believer of globalization. But unfortunately, last 20 years, globalization was controlled by 60,000 big companies. Most of the young people, small business, women, developing countries don't have this chance. But internet comes, this will change. This is what I believe. And using internet to empower everybody. So I would say that we are lucky people. We are lucky because we're entering into a very, very interesting period. And I would say that Africa has the both. I'm not coming here trying to inspire you. I'm coming here to tell the truth that this morning I found Africa as much more opportunity because you have young people. You have the whole world today is worried. I don't know why. Everybody's worried. The whole world today is puzzled. But Africa, I see people have a passion. People have ideas. People say, this is the future. Because I think we have nothing to lose. Europe has a lot to lose. America has a lot to lose. Those countries worry about losing. They have a lot of puzzle. But Africa, I don't think you have anything to lose. And I heard that a lot of Africa, there are so many opportunities, so many complaints, so many problems. That is the opportunity. If you want to be a big company, solve big problems. If you want to be a small company, solve small problems, complaints. All the people, I'm lucky enough, I'm traveling around the world. I see so many successful people, politicians, business people, scientists, artists. I find one quality that all the successful people share. They never complain. They are always optimistic. And the second, they always partner with good people. So this is something we are entering into a very interesting time. And Africa, you are the youngest continent in the world. The average age I heard is only 19 years old. That was amazing. That's the future. I'm calling on every country pay special attention to next 30 years. Every technology, the first 20 years is about technology company. In the past 20 years, internet companies, Google, Facebook, Alibaba, right? Amazon, these companies control. These companies very successful. Next 30 years may not necessarily these companies. For sure, it's not internet company will win next 30 years. If those companies, those young people using the internet well will win. Car was not invented in America, but American people using car best. Electricity was not invented in America, but American using electricity best. So Africa, we have a terrible, people say we have a terrible internet infrastructure, but I think this is the chance. Why e-commerce grow in China grow better than America? Because we don't have sophisticated e-commerce infrastructure like in America. In America, there are a lot of supermarkets and malls and everything is so good. China, no. We don't have such a great payment system. We don't have a credit rating system. Because we don't have that, so we start with high jump. China, when I started the e-commerce, people say, even China don't have a telephone. Why you believe internet will happen? Yeah, we don't have a telephone, then we have a mobile phones. Nobody expect mobile phone growth so fast. Africa, today, I think more than 60% of the people in Africa have a mobile phone. The mobile phone today is much more powerful than the PC. I'm lucky I did not study PC. With a mobile phone, you connect to the world, right? So this is what I feel that Africa, that the poor infrastructure may giving you the opportunity that you never even imagine. So the thing that also I will say, I heard so much about Kenya and Africa. Is it the forest, the animals, the wild. You are guys living in the paradise. Think about China. China is the kitchen of the world. Very dirty now. The air pollutions. So Africa developed. You don't have to follow the other countries' model. Africa should be Africa. Using the new technology, protect the environment, protect the animals. It's easy to build buildings, but it is difficult to call the animal bags. It's impossible, right? Tell me where in this world you can see so many elephants and lions still walking around. Africa. Tell me where in this world you can still smell the real atmosphere, the real air. That's what, now I understand when I'm arriving why so many people come to Africa every year and go on. There's no business here, but you have a business to leverage that. And think about it. If you want to build up a manufacturing base, think in a different way. It's impossible to copy China. And even if you copy China, you have no future. Because the world manufacturing is shifting from B2C to C2B. Normal way is business think about something and sell to the consumers. In the future, because of data technology, every manufacturer should be C2B, consumer to business. The manufacturer has to make their products smart, tailor-made, not large scale. China grew in the period of large container, massive assembly line. Future assembly line is not how many t-shirts you can make for one assembly line with 1 hour. In the future is how many different t-shirts you can make, how many tailor-made t-shirts you can make. So this is something the world is changing. Africa have to think about the way that Africa is good at. And I would say I would do anything to change if I can be younger. Tell you one thing, year 1999, I'm lucky enough to find one of the early founders of Yahoo. He was number 40 employees of Yahoo. He joined us, become the CTO of the company. And I asked him, what do you want? He said, Jack, oh, you guys are young. I would spend $1 million to buy 1 year. I say, I sell all my age to you. Today I realize that young age is something that is the best opportunity. Don't be scared of failure. My assets is so many failure stories. There are a lot of stories about us, about me, but none of the books I read about me. Someday, I may write a book. The book's name is Alibaba 1001 Mistakes. This is the best assets that we need to have. Learn from the mistakes. Learn from other mistakes. Not because you want to avoid the mistakes, because when you face these mistakes, you know how to face it, how to challenge it. And this is critical. So I want to share with all the young people here, students, never give up. There's always opportunity there. It's easy to give up. Keep the hope. The world is challenging, but this is opportunity for young people. E-commerce, internet is the opportunity for country like us, Kenya, China, Africa. The best of people say, well, e-commerce, China's no good. The best place in the world for e-commerce, where? Tell me. I think Europe. You have everything. But why Europe has no good internet companies or e-commerce company? They worry too much. They worry about privacy, security, laws, government ready this, government not ready that. When you worry too much, you're scared to move forward. Don't worry. If you make a mistake, try it again. And find the good people. Innovation is not from the government. Innovation is from your customer, from the market. And finally, if you want to be an entrepreneur, I give you advice. Always remember, customer number 1, employee number 2, shareholder number 3. This is different from America, shareholder number 1. I believe customer number 1. If you make your customer happy, they will pay the money. If you make your employees happy, they will be creative, innovative. If your customer employee happy, the shareholder will be happy. Do not spend a lot of time on talking to your shareholders. Spend more time to talking to your customers. Spend more time talking to your employees. And making sure it's the employee share the vision. Making sure they're great. And also making sure when you hire your employees, find the good people. Find the people who are smarter than you are. Find the people who can be your boss. You think this guy will be my boss in 5 years, hire him. This is the secret. And also the last secret is making sure hire enough women on the internet time. This is one of the secret source of success for Alibaba. We have 47% of the women, 47 to 48% of the colleagues in our company are women. We have 33% of the senior management of our company are women. Not because we want to keep women. We find women can do much better job on the internet time, on the e-commerce. When I start a business, I say e-commerce is not about a computer to talk to computer. E-commerce is about a people talk to people, but computer is just a proxy, is the front edge. Women take care of the others better than men. Women understand. Women have much high EQ than men. When you have IQ, you have to care about the others. See, when you're online, the engineers, I've got a lot of engineers, they have a high IQ. They make good program, but they never care whether the program is user-friendly or not. But women make them very user-friendly. And women really care about the customers behind. This make our, because people like me have no background of technology. The only thing I want to do is make my customer happy. How can I make customer happy? We got a lot of people, and we have women engineers, women CFO, women CEO, women president. So keep on that. Remember, this is so important. This is why we are seeing so many women presidents, women prime minister, women CEOs. In the future, I think we're going to have a woman Secretary General of the United Nations. And we need that. And a woman chancellor. So that is something I want to share with you. I'm not a politician, I'm a business people. As a business people, we're result driven. We're efficiency driven. We're fair driven. We're result driven because you have to get result. Otherwise, you only talk. No result, you die. And for advice I give to Kenya, Africa, is speed up. You know what I'm saying? For one day, I get some feeling. We have a vision, but you have to get things down and with speed. And the second is efficiency driven. And the third, fair. Business people can never force people to do business with me. It's about a fair trade. So I would say, let's move up. Africa will be the next driving source or driving energy of the world after today's Asia. And this is what I truly believe. And I come here, I don't want to sell anything to you guys. I want to help you to sell your great stuff to the world using internet. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Please. Wonderful. I'm going to ask CS Joe Musharu to join me. Secretary General Dr. Mukisa Kitui, and obviously our host, the Vice Chancellor. So, how was that? Wasn't it? I'm just checking that all my mics are in place. My mics are in place? If it isn't, you know me. Wonderful. I got microphones here. Do I have microphones here? Yes, I do. There. Awesome. Okay, I am going to start from this end of... Wow. Yeesh. Okay, you got nice glasses. Can I start with you? So remember, rules of the house, your name, where you're from. Question 2. All right? We'll start with the gentleman over there. Wonderful.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ahmed Shafi, and I'm directing my question to Mr. Jack Ma. I would like to use Chinese if you don't mind. Okay. 马先生你好，我叫小飞。
Keep going.
Wait. Oh, okay. 你是我全世界最喜欢的土豪。我去过中国，然后我在那边的时候，我觉得生活太简单、太舒服了。所以我因为那边的付款都是扫一扫或者这样子，所以我现在问支付宝能到肯亚吗
Okay.
Yeah. I can do it in English. Wouldn't understand.
Yeah,
I think you better.
Okay. So my name is Ahmed Shafi. Chinese name is Xiaofei, and I started by I really love Mr. Jack Ma. He's like the best inspirational story. And my question is like when I used to be in China before, and I found life over there so smooth when it comes to like transactions and stuff. So I wanted to ask if Alipay could come to Kenya. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, first, this is something amazing that people keep on asking me, especially in America, so why China developed quicker than USA in some ways on the e-commerce and internet, and why China in the past 30 years, from nobody to the second largest economy of the world. Very important thing is China young people start to learn, respect the other culture. When you today pick up 100 Chinese people on the street in Beijing, Shanghai, or any cities, you will find 80 of them can speak at least 30 English words. But when you go to America, if you pick up 100 American people and ask them how many of them can speak 10 Chinese words, very few. This is a good thing about learning make progress. So I really thank you for speaking the Chinese. Perfect pronunciation, better than mine. But my question is, will Alipay come to Africa? Yes, we would love to. And we're looking for partners. Because Alibaba model is that we do not want to globalize Alibaba. We want to globalize e-commerce. And we are not an e-commerce company. Amazon is an e-commerce company. Amazon, they buy, they sell. We do not buy and we do not sell. We enable seller. We enable you to buy and sell. So what we are doing is try to globalize e-commerce. So we want to do 5 things. We want to enable everybody global sell. We want to enable everybody global buy. We want to enable everybody to global pay, enable everybody to global deliver, and enable everybody to global travel. So Alipay definitely are interested in Kenya and Africa. But the very important is that we want to find partners, enable them. We give the technology, we give the know-how, and we give the money. And we want the payment in Kenya is the Kenya company, not Alibaba company in China. This is, only in this way we can create a value for the local. So we are talking to people. We are looking for, and my trip this time is coming here to learn. And I found this morning talking to the entrepreneurs, they're very good at building up the platform. And some of the logistic companies, some of the payment companies, we are excited. I think we were trying to help these guys. We want to come. Yeah.
Thank you. Really? Somebody still wants to ask a question on that side after, Ahmed asked in Chinese? All right. We will go with you, sir. We'll go with you, sir. And I'll probably just do one more from that side and do a few from here, a few from here. I've got to cross the room as best as I can. Sir, your name?
Okay, my name is Mark Zheng, and I'm a Chinese.
You can see that.
Obviously.
His name is... Okay, first, welcome Jack Ma coming here. Yeah, I'm so excited. Just now, one of my friends mentioned Alipay. Actually, I'm still here for a few months. I can see I'm using Alipay right now. I can use it here. Yeah, using internet, but just between Alipay account. Now in my phone, Alipay, and I just introduce it to some of my friends around here. It is so amazing. I cannot explain it more.
Yeah, so what's your question? I don't want you
to
do advertisement for me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so right.
I love that.
So my question is, just now also you mentioned, there are so many chances here. And also we have a subsidiary company here. Also we find the chances, also we find the challenges. So I really hope Mr. Jack Ma can give the Chinese companies here some advice. How could we develop better and longer for the rest of the time? Thank you.
Giving some advice for the Chinese companies here, how can they do better here, right?
Yeah, longer and better.
Longer and better. Good, I like the word longer and better. Because most of the companies, when they go to the other country, they think about making money. They think about getting resources. cheap labor, cheap materials. Cheap labor, cheap materials can never be longer and better. If you go to other country, you have to think like local company. Create jobs for local people. Pay tax local people. Enrich the local people. The globalization in the past years, in the past 30 years, is about getting cheaper cost, cheaper labor, cheaper the things. Next 30 years is enable creating jobs. So if I come here, I would think about what are the things that I can do here that the local companies cannot do. And they must do. Do something that nobody want to do it. That probably will create the real value. And by the way, many people ask me, well, Jack, it's so difficult to do business in the other country, like China. We never have a chance to do business in China. First, I want to say do business anywhere is difficult. Do business across the nation, any country is difficult. Any village, any city is difficult. But sending the entrepreneurs there, not send the professional managers. Most of the professional managers people send to the other country. They make their boss happy instead of make the customer happy. Spending time making the customer happy. If you're a Chinese company, making sure your local customers are really happy. And hire the local people. Make them, expect them better. In this way, you can be long and happy. By the way, 21st century, every company have to think about 3 things, then you can sustain. First, inclusive. Second, sustainable. 3 is happy and healthy. You must be a happy company. You must be a healthy company. These are the 3 elements you do business. Think about it.
Wonderful. I am going to take a question from this side, from the lady in the dress. Where is my... Then I'm moving to this end. Okay? Wow.
I'm Marcin Jue. I'm the founder of BotLab that deals with artificial intelligence and machine learning. My question to you will be directed to what kind of opportunities does the Institute of Data and Technology by Alibaba have for founders or startups here for collaboration or opportunities for learning? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just talking to this morning ministers. I'm talking to the Dr. Katui about the, this is what I learned today. I think you have so many great entrepreneurs. The infrastructure is good. The only thing is probably a lot of know-how. So I would love to discuss with the chancellors that Alibaba, the same thing. In the past 20 years, we have a lot of Alibaba schools, Taobao schools, universities to teach, to partner with universities and government, training courses. And this is something that I would go back to explore, that we probably should having more training courses together with ANCTAD. And one of the things we announced, we're going to announce tomorrow, that we will invite 200 to 500 entrepreneurs from Africa go to my city, Hangzhou, to have full training, understanding what e-commerce, internet, how government work, how we do it, the technology side, know-how side, entrepreneur side, and then send them back to China, Africa, so they can train the trainers. And some of the training courses we would love to work with the university. So, because today most of the computing science, the way they teach, probably like 20 years ago, which is good. But what is the future cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine intelligence? What are the new the technology that we should start to share with the university students now? And we should not wait. So this is what I think we will partner. It's also about partnership.
My microphone people, I am going to start with the gentleman in the suit. I'm going to move to the lady with the black bow, and then I'm going, no, that not you, sir, sorry. And then I'm going to move to the gentleman without a blazer. So blazer, bow tie, without blazer, okay?
Hi, Jack. My name is Oscar. I am an entrepreneur, and I hope to one day speak to you as an equal at Davos. For years now, I have really wanted to meet you. You've been an inspiration for a huge percentage of
Question.
My question, very good. My question is this. There's an issue I wanted to hear your voice on, and it's on the whole African mentality of building a business. You will find that African businessmen, African entrepreneurs, yes, are trying to solve an African problem. But the biggest companies in the world right now, the Facebooks, the Instagrams, the Alibabas, they're solving a global problem. In 1999, in your video, you told your team that America will beat you in the hardware, but they won't catch you on the software because you'll be at the same level. Africa should be playing at that level. Every problem we solve, like M-Pesa, should be able to be replicated throughout the world.
Question.
Why is it that this is not happening? Why is it that African technology companies are not experiencing exponential growth? Why is there no African company that's standing with Google, with Microsoft, with Alibaba, and saying, we too can stand at an equal footing? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have the answer for the why. I need the professors. The professors, they have the answers. Entrepreneurs only have action. We prove it by action. We do not prove it by theory. 20 years ago, people asking me this question, Chinese company never have this and never have that, and why the American company have this and that, and then, well, I don't have an answer. But today, we are the top 10 companies, high-tech company in the world. We prove it by action, by serving people, by think global. African young people, I would say, you guys, a lot of people, most of the people don't know themselves. This is the power of data time, the data technology. Data will make you know yourself better. So I think the Africa, no matter you believe or not, 20 years later, with the support infrastructure, with such great universities, with the intact, all the infrastructure, all the things, the only thing, as I said, result-driven, speed up, and you will have chance. And I have a full confidence in 20 years because you don't have that many burdens like other countries. You have the chance. How to make it happen? Entrepreneurs make it happen. And then make all the professors write successful case studies in the MBA schools. Finally, I tell you one thing. It's a very interesting. When we competed with eBay, year 2003, eBay, their market cap at that time is 86 billion US dollars market cap. We are tiny. And people give me a book called Marketplaces. It's a success story, how eBay win USA, how they defeat Yahoo. So people give me a book, say, Jack, read the book, and then one day you will be at eBay. I threw the book in the garbage. And I say, let eBay read how we win them. Africa, young people, you will definitely, if you think about, not think about learning from the competitors, if you think how to make the young African people or normal people, how to make them happy using the services, using technology, you one day will win. This is all I believe. Yeah.
So, Jack, one of the things is that many of the young people wait for government. They wait for infrastructure, they wait for regulation, they wait for so many of these things, and they feel that we need to do something fast before they can be successful. So what's your view? Because I feel that's one of the hindrances.
I think this is not most of the young people in Africa. Most of the young people, the whole world wait. That's why the entrepreneurs, if you're a real entrepreneur, you never wait.
The lady with
wait
the black
because
bow tie.
you are not an entrepreneur. That's what I say. If you wait, you're not entrepreneur. You are not inspirational. So this is what I say. Government, for sure, they are late. If every infrastructure is ready, why they need you? That's just all you ask yourself.
That's a valid question. Thank you. Lady.
Hello. Okay. My name is Achola Ogwenge. I am African and I'm very passionate about Africa. Very. And I know Africa is the future, and I'm glad that you said what is good, what is Africa good at. As you speak, statistics show that majority of the African people are either farmers or pastoralists. And statistics also show that agriculture represents 15% of the continent's total GDP, and that amounts to $100 billion US. So when we're talking about e-commerce, and my question is directed to both Dr. Mukisa Kitui and Jack Ma. Capacity in UNCTAD, and Jack Ma in your capacity as e-commerce guru. So most of Africans are either farmers, pastoralists, and GDP is really, it's big on the agriculture. And that's a sector that can be targeted. Can there be ways in which e-commerce can improve agriculture? Because we're looking at the basic person, the African person. As we sit right here, the community is not represented. And the community, they have a voice. What can we do that this common person, this common African, can actually be able to put and sell their sell their cattle, if it's cattle, sell their animal products? And to Doctor, I wanted to ask you, can we tap into our potential in agriculture and raise funds to improve our infrastructure as Africans? Because that can take us a long way instead of waiting for so much.
If I may just say a few things about the general statement. Agriculture is holding a lot of people, giving their livelihood to a lot of people. But in Kenya, services is bigger than agriculture. We put more money as budget into agriculture than in services industry. But services produces more money for the taxpayer, for the tax authority, than agriculture. Now, the linkage between agriculture and e-commerce is automatic, it's obvious. First of all, there are some things already happening in Kenya, like Sokoni intelligence, that you can know which market exists for what product at what price. That is a phenomenon that is liberating. But perhaps the most important liberation you already have from internet access and agriculture is the fact that the traditional African woman who toiled every morning, milked her cow, delivered milk at a collection point, always received payment sent to the account of the owner of the land where the cow is kept, her husband. M-Pesa allows the woman who delivers milk to receive money to have mobile phone. It makes a whole lot of difference to the livelihood of a family and of the woman when there is direct appropriation of the proceeds of her labor. That is technology into agriculture. There are so many different things globally. The future of agriculture is totally intricately related to big data, both in terms of trends of the consumer preferences, in market access phenomena. But Africa has a problem. We pay so much attention. We mobilize so much of our intellectual resources negotiating how to sell to Europe, coffee and tea to Europe. And when the biggest opportunity is how to sell maize to Uganda. The biggest market for African agriculture is in Africa. The biggest challenge to African agriculture is how to reduce the on-farm storage and the attendant waste in the post-harvest period. The biggest political problem is how to stop the opportunistic middleman who buys at a buyer's market when families need school fees in January and the cereals board has not paid. he buys at a quarter the price of what he's buying from the farmer 3 months later. Dealing with storage and cushioning the farmer from the middleman. These are challenges that a combination of sound policy and ICT-based knowledge solutions can deal with, and it's already working. Globally, now, projections of weather conditions and how it influences shifting in different forms of agriculture. How Mauritius abandoned growing wheat and went to sugarcane because of greater resilience after a storm. These are all the basics of what's already happening and can be scaled up.
I absolutely agree with Dr. Katui about agriculture. Agriculture was neglected. The industry was neglected in the industry period and IT. But what I say that we've been testing a lot in China about how to do agriculture e-commerce. Agriculture, there are a lot of so many middlemen, right? Even getting all the fertilizers, got the seeds, and the cost is expensive. Reaching the market is even more complicated. So what e-commerce can do is we can making farmers reach the consumer, reach the buyers directly instead of the wholesalers. And we're getting all the materials for agriculture cheaply and efficient. And we are doing that very well. I give you an example, not only locally. We are making sure that every farmer knows where his vegetable or pigs go to which family. And that is very possible, and we're doing that. Give you 2 examples. Today, not agriculture leaving from a village to the town, we're go cross-trading. Years ago, the American ambassador to China came to us, say, Jack, can you help us selling our Washington State cherries, the fruits, to China? I said, wow, this is very challenging. But we start to sell. The first year, we sell more than 80 tons to 60,000 families in China. They directly, within 72 hours, we placed the order, they start to pick up the cherries and send to China, distribute into 60,000 big families. This year, we sold 20,000 tons of cherries from America to China. A lot of farmers in America are so happy. By the way, the Prime Minister of Canada came to me and said, Jack, we have a lot of fishermen having lobsters. We don't know how to sell because we don't have so many people eat lobsters in our Canadian. So can you help to sell to China? So we sold 96,000 lobsters within 1 day. For stopping, there's no lobster for that city for almost 2 months. we sail across the ocean. So think about today, of course, when you don't have enough good payment, when you don't have big data, enough data, when you don't have logistics, this seems hopeless. But when you build up that, you will be surprised by how much e-commerce, internet can help the farmers. And I'm confident of that.
Wonderful. So I'm going to make 2 announcements here. I'm going to insist you get to your question because there are still people who want to ask. Then I need to ask members of the press corps who want to set up for their press conference. Now would be a good time to get up and start moving. To the gentleman with the big gold blazer, I have no other way to identify you. Last question in this segment, I'll be moving here, all right? I can whip back, you know, but let's do this. Sir, your question, your name.
Thank you very much. I'm Julius Omamba, a student of commerce. As a young entrepreneur, we tend to fail so much. Once we graduate from university and maybe begin business, we tend to fail and then we forget and maybe get depressed. How did you survive these all failures that you had now and again? Thank you very much.
I don't catch the question.
They fail quite often as university students, so they think how you failed, but how did you get up and make sure you continued?
Okay, so I feel a lot of times how I continued because I have no choices. I would, you know, I would, if I have a condition to complete, because I complain, I still have to looking for a job. I still have to try. So don't give yourself excuse. As my friend, Mr. New, always said, people the loser always find excuses. People who succeed always find ways. And I'm a believer that there is always a way ahead. If I fail, there must be something wrong with me, not the others.
Okay, that's powerful. That's powerful. I'd like to move this way. Where's my microphone? There you are, ma'am. I will ask you start with the lady in pink. Move to the lady next to her. So 2 girls in a row, and then the gentleman right behind. I can see you. Don't worry. I'll come to you. All right? Lady in pink, question. Right? Question.
I'm Tracy Mule, CEO Shuja Delivery. My question is for Jack Ma. How can we reach you if we need investment or future partnerships? Thank you.
Yeah, my assistant Jason is there. Jason? Yeah, Jason probably should share with the email address and all the things, contact. But the other thing is that we need a mechanism to help. It's not like a one person. I think Jason will be overwhelmed by all the emails. But I think I will work with the Dr. Katui and ministers, and then probably by sending entrepreneurs to China, and I'm thinking about like African venture capitalist fund or whatever that can do something here, because I think the potential here is big. It's something that I told them, and I'm bringing a lot of Chinese famous business leaders here. I think they are also fascinated by the passion you've got. I said to them that it's difficult to find another Jack Ma in China, but there are a lot of Jack Ma's in Africa. They always say, why we did not invest here 10, 15 years ago? So there's a chance to come together, we investor. So let me think about something that make a mechanism that supporting more entrepreneurs can do better. As I said, it's not my money. It's the society's money. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Zakal from Nicelin Technologies, a printing company. My question is how, or advice, a question stroke advice, business advice, how did you do competition? Like, I work for a printing company. Right next, there is another upstairs, there is another printing company. So, what are your strong points? How did you make to stay on top of your game?
All right, good question. So when you do business, if you're scared of competition, don't do the business. Rule number 1. Rule number 2, competition is the most fun part of business. When you get bored, find a competitor. This is what I mean seriously. If you compete with competitors, you feel very painful. Your competitors feel very happy. Something wrong with you. Normally, you should be happy. Competitors will be very painful. So I say, I never cry. We make competitors cry. By improving the services, by empowering making sure your people are smarter, not your equipment is better. Normally, if your people are smarter, then your product will be better. If the people do not change, products will never change. If you spend more money, buy equipment, this is easier to compete. Don't compete on prices, compete on the values. The third, which is very important, competition. Think big. When I was in my apartment, I told 18 founders, guys, who's our competitor? They say, they're everywhere. I said, no, they are in Silicon Valley. That's the company Microsoft, IBM, Walmart. They say, we are tiny, how can we be that? That is the examples. If we can be 1% of that big company, we'll be bigger than our neighbors. So when you think about your competitor, it's not the people around it. You have to learn from your neighbor competitors how they can do, why they do better than you are. But meanwhile, think big. I've been doing that, even to today. And one day, I think like 10 years ago, the China largest TV station asked me, Jack, who is a competitor? I say, in my telescope, I never see any competitors. So many competitors got very upset. You are so arrogant, right? Why there's no competitor? I said, I use my telescope looking for examples. Why should I looking for competitors? If your competitors around you all the time, looking for examples. If there's no competitors, looking for competitors. You know what I'm saying? When you are surrounded by competitors, looking for examples, good guys. When you have no competitors, looking for competitors. That will improve you.
Wonderful. Joe, did you want to add something to that? No? All right. The gentleman in the gray. All right. I think. Go for it. Microphone, it will work. Don't worry, it will work.
I'd like most Honorable Sakaja, one of our senators over here, who's vying for Senate in Nairobi, proposed establishment of youth centers where they can apply for jobs and stuff.
Question.
I read.
You know, you can't ask another. You had two questions. One was to Mr. Jack Ma about resilience. How do you keep going? And when do you know it's time to move on? Yeah. Am I right? Yes. And then for the entire panel, you wanted to know how do we...
How to increase...
Mm-hmm.
How to increase information literacy
among the youth.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Mr. Jack Ma, I'll start with how do we increase information?
I think increasing information literacy first is about the fact there is already connectivity. You can use the internet. There's a lot of advertisement. There's a lot of information that's already available. But the question is, when you receive it, how do you take it and what do you do with it? So at the moment, we're working with most of the educational sectors, whether it's the students at university or even from Standard 1, where we're providing the laptops, to ensure people have access to information. The laws have been put in place in terms of access to information and so on. So that is already there for you. Unless you have something else to add, Mukisa? Yeah. So Jack, about resilience.
Yeah. The resistance that I have is if something wrong, if I find that my customers are not happy about the services we give, and I found that my colleagues, no matter how hard they try, customers do not, I will stop it. That's very simple. For the first 3 years, Alibaba have no revenues. The only revenue we got was email of thanks from customers. When I got a lot of email of thanks from customers, I know this thing will make money. If there's no email of thanks, if customer not happy, you know you are dying. So if something wrong with the business, it's always it's wrong with me. And I have to check myself whether the direction is right. And I have to check whether my colleagues make the right products. So this is all about. And also went to the next step, I give you every entrepreneur's advice. A lot of people have a lot of opportunities. If there are 9 rabbits on the ground, if you want to catch one, don't change the rabbit, change yourself, but chase one. Get that one first. Don't try this one, try that one, you go nowhere. For a startup, surviving is number 1. Focus on the things you love, you believe, your team love, your people believe, and your customer love. Focus on that one, and then start to go to the other area.
I got 9 rabbits. I'm going to focus on one because sadly time's up around here. I'm going to the purple top. Name and question.
My name is Dr. Kemwa. I'm a faculty of the University of Nairobi from College of Health Sciences. There are very few doctors in Africa. And I want to make myself suitable. I don't know if you do health-related things on Alibaba. I want to know how can I use Alibaba, 1, to maybe sell things maybe from China here in Kenya, or enable people here in Africa not to go to India, maybe to China. How can I do this?
Can I move that question on because I'm limited for time and I need something a little bigger. I'm going to move the microphone to the guy in the checkered shirt. Please do support me.
Hello, this is to Jack Ma. My name is Morgan Gidaya. I'm a student here, and I'm also an entrepreneur. Okay, as you are starting out, you had a product that had not yet entered the world per se. How did you get the customer to like you? And 2, how are you able to teach the people you are working with your values and the vision for the company? Thanks.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
I want to talk to that question from the lecturer first of all. When we were planning this trip, I told Jack that one of the problems I have in Africa is when people hear that there are rich Chinese coming, they want to be their commission agents. They want to find out how they can sell Chinese things in their countries. At a meeting of business community this afternoon in Kempinski Hotel, I set out very, very clearly that our desire is not to help Kenyans to increase how much import from China. You already import enough. We want to say, how can we learn from what the Chinese are doing to also export our own? That mind shift is critically important for us. I'm not looking for commission agents. I'm looking for value creators who are going to ship out things. On the question of information, I was telling all the businessmen and women today that our hope is with the youth because they don't believe that Kenya is going to grow out of doing the same things that their fathers have been doing before. For younger people who have listened to Jack Ma, there's an expression I like repeating. You can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. If you have access to information and you're not using that power of that access, there isn't terribly much you can do about it. We just pray for you that you don't become infectious to others, particularly to younger persons. Thank you.
Yeah, the question to your young people as an entrepreneur, if first, when I start using the Alibaba, I want help small business. The first thing is I want help small business sell things online. This is the value. And then every people I hire, I tell him, this is something I want to do. Do you agree or not? And do you know how to do it better than I am? If you agree, join me. If you don't, if you think it's stupid, just don't join me. Find the people who, when you are a startup, especially when you are startup below 20 people, that's the best honeymoon period, because you know everybody. Everybody you hire, talk to him. What do you want? How you can do better? And making sure he understands. Making sure he has a better idea to deliver this value services better than you are. This is what we did. And I tell you an interesting story. I made a speech in Harvard, year 2001-2, talking about the value, vision, strategy, how to survive. One of the guy called David Wong, he used to working for GE. He said, Jack, your model never work because you're crazy. How can you talk about the value mission in a startup, in the internet? Impossible. So I say, guy, Mr. Wong, please come to China, come to my company, spend some time, and we can talk. So he came to China half a year later, spent a full 3-4 days, and he came to me when he left. He said, Jack, I know you're crazy, but now I found there's 100 people crazy in your company. They all talk like you. They all think like you. Crazy people together, we never think we're crazy. We think the whole world is crazy. We believe it, we make things happening. So this is very important. It's difficult to convince the customer. But if you cannot even convince your own people, forget about it. So this is what I say, convincing your colleagues.
Seriously, press is ready. Jack Ma has another engagement, and I still have a few things, including taking a selfie with you guys. But the CS does want to get into a question here.
So Jack, I know we talked about not waiting for government, but if you had an opportunity to have made a change or for something that the Chinese government would have done to make your business better, what would you encourage for us as government to make life better for the Kenyan youth so that they can be able to get their businesses going?
The government should spend more money on the infrastructure. The government should encouraging, incentive those entrepreneurs. Let them have a try. They fail, you collapse. They succeed, you collapse. Do not complain. The government also have a lot of complaint. Especially the innovation comes up, the government start to worry. They say, yeah, please have innovation. But when they really come to, oh my God, you challenge us. Challenge the way we manage the company in the traditional way. So I would say the government should think about internet company, try to build up the infrastructure, which you already do, and try to, if there's something wrong with the logistic companies, giving incentives to more startup doing logistics. If a payment is good, no good, giving more incentive to those companies doing the payment because you are building up the infrastructure of e-commerce. And this is what, and also training more people, work with the universities, that the university should encourage young people to try. So this is what we expected in China. Yeah.
If I may just talk to that question. Partly I spoke to this when I was meeting with the business leaders this afternoon. In a country like Kenya, governments should serve Kenyans, not Kenya. How do I mean? I was with the president of Kenya and Jack Ma at the One Belt, One Road Summit in Beijing 2 months ago. And the president of China announced that the maritime road will end in Mombasa. That's the only point in the world that it's touching Africa. The government of Kenya should see its responsibility to use that momentum that all maritime trade between East Asia and the whole of Africa is through Mombasa. You build links between Mombasa and West Africa. You don't think about a border called Malaba. That is one step. A second step, government had a momentary mind slip when it legislated, authorized M-Pesa without understanding what it will do. That they took the risk to set up legitimately an enterprise whose possible negative consequences they could not comprehend. That is a facilitative government, not a regulative government. Government as an enabler is more important than government as a controller. That balance has to be maintained.
As we conclude, what would be your specific advice to this university and the other universities in this country and Africa?
Yeah. This is something that I really want to share, that university is going to face big challenges next to 30 years. Most of the way we teach is from the last 200 years industrial period, but the knowledge. We try to teach people to remember more things, calculate faster, know more things. I tell you guys, next 30 years we'll be very disappointed because computer will remember much more things than people. They never forget. Computer calculate much quicker than you are. Computer never stops sleeping. They never sleep. So, it's the competition between human being and a computer. It's not how smart you are. It's how wise you are. How creative you are. How innovative you are. Machine will replace a nurse, but machine will not replace the care. Machine will maybe do a good job as a babysitter, but machine can never replace a mother. And I believe human beings have to study the way they study. The thing they learn should be different. We should not purely knowledge-driven. We should life experience, music, creative, teamwork. These are things the university, because I would say artificial intelligence, machine intelligence, when this time comes, a lot of jobs will disappear. A lot of jobs. What are the jobs that we need in 30 years, 20 years? That is the job machine cannot do. Universities start to prepare now. We people are lucky enough because we probably have another 10, 20 years. But our kids will have a problem. I'm sure. This is what exactly happened. First technology revolution, second technology revolution. So university, the curriculum, the way you teach, the content you teach, we have to think about now. Africa, good thing like China. We have a chance. Taking examinations or purely science knowledge based, we are no good than Europe and America. But this is the chance. Let's think earlier. What are the things that 10, 20 years later we need? And start to prepare now, change. This is what I would say. Yeah.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, no, I'm bringing this to a close. We should have been elsewhere by now. So the next conference after this, I do believe Dr. Ratansi is going to give us a vote of thanks. We do have a gift for you from the university, and because I don't want Jack Ma to sit down and get up and sit down and get up, give you the gift right here. He will give you your selfie, and then we will get Dr. Ratansi. I want that to happen in 5 minutes. Can we make this happen, guys? Say aye. Do this. So, what do you want, my friend? Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. I want the gift from the university now. Awesome. Kisa, I need you in that picture because you are in charge of the selfie stick in a moment.
I must stand here.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be 4 selfies. 1, 2, 3, 4. So powder your nose. Those look good.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we take this?
Thank you.
Awesome.
You did it. Very good. Yeah. You made it? That's good. Thank you. Thank you. You're making me more handsome.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, another one?
Let's move it along. Let's move it along.
Okay.
Serious, let's move it along. Let's move, please. Guys, he needs to be elsewhere. Thank you. Mukisa, please do the crowd the honor. Jack? Yep. There you go, guys. And then just hit it. You know what to do? You can see who? Them. Okay, there. Yes. There. Turn around. One more there. Wonderful. Okay, I'll get you guys there. There you go. This way. Ah, nice. It's Michael. It won't go anywhere. Okay. Mr. Jack Ma, she's worried that it was a man's club. Come this way. Madame was left out. So this side, guys, come this way. Come this way.